Hello, welcome to the March 25th, 2022 Club Cubase live stream. I'm going to do a quick audio test, make sure my audio is coming through as expected. Bear with me just for a moment. Okay, my monitoring computer sounds fine. Let me just mute my other source here as well. Okay, so my name is Greg Undo. I am the host of the live stream today. If you've not attended a live stream before, how it works is you can submit questions in advance by emailing to clubcubase@steinberg.de, or you could simply ask your question in the chat field. You could just type it. We'll try to get through as many questions as possible. My ability to answer questions in real time will soon be not possible. So if you just leave your question, I will try to get through it as completely and as succinctly as possible. So, but if we could try to avoid asking the same question multiple times, if for some reason you don't get an immediate response, that would be appreciated. Just kind of slows down the process. When asking questions, if you could indicate which version of Cubase that you are using, which operating system you're using, and which, so if you're running Cubase Elements, AI, LE, Artist, or Pro, version 10, version 12, version 11, that information is helpful. After the live stream tonight, we should, several hours after, I'll go through and rewatch the live stream, and I'll type up all of the questions that were asked in the live stream. So those will be pinned to the top with timestamps, so you could navigate quickly and kind of search through questions. If you want to search for questions that have been on other live streams, you could go to cubaseindex.com, and Jan from Stockholm has been kind enough to create that website. It's a wonderful resource. You can just kind of do a search, and the videos will pop up for all of the different live streams over 2 years since kind of the pandemic started. And also, so we only give special thanks to Jan for that. And we have two people that serve as moderators, Jazz Dude and Agent K. They're not Steinberg employees. They just want to make it a better community. So we want to give special thanks to them. And Jazz Dude also does a lot of work compiling relevant information for Steinberg users in the Cubase Nation Discord. So special kudos to him as well. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. Guys, it's a beautiful Friday afternoon here in Virginia. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. If you're watching live, please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so we see from Uno Memento, says, question, I don't understand why I can't hear the click even though the click button in the control room is on. If I turn off the control room, I change the outputs, I hear a click. Cubase 11 with the UR22 Mark II. Okay, so let's say if we have a project going on and we could have the click enabled. So I'm going to hit the C button. So we hear the click track. And even though the click is enabled in the control room, make sure that if you click on the main button here, that you could have the click volume adjustment through the control room. So if the volume is all the way down here, make sure that the click that we see right there has the volume, that you see the click enabled in the transport, which you see right here with a little metronome, and that click, if you're using the control room, is enabled, and that by clicking on the main, this will reveal different parameters. There is a separate volume for the click. So if that was knocked down, at that point you won't hear the click until that volume is restored. So let me know if that helps with you. All right, so we have Benny from Sweden. We also see Stefan from Sweden, Dallas LaRue. Okay, all right, so Dallas LaRue has a question, and he's from Las Vegas. Hi, can you explain algorithm? How important are they, and when to change? Thanks. So many times when we have an audio file, we could see different algorithms for, and most of the time when we go to our algorithms, we could see different algorithms here for time stretching audio. So if we have a project and we're doing real-time time stretching, or warping, or if we're doing very audio editing, those will kind of use algorithms to speed up and slow down time. So we have some of our legacy algorithms plus Elastic Pro algorithms. So, and there will be different algorithms for different purposes. If we have a slower computer, we could use the efficient algorithms. We could also preserve formant within algorithms, but most of the time it'll default to Elastic time. And the differences we could say between time, pitch, and tape would be that with time, I would maybe use that for more rhythmic material. So maybe if it was like if you're doing like a hard rock guitar thing that was like 16th notes or drum or percussion sounds, I would go over and utilize time. If I was doing something like, maybe that with vocals or something like pianos, and I wanted to work with that, and I could utilize pitch. And tape, what that does is as we would slow down the tempo, it would actually slow down the speed and the pitch, kind of like slowing down an analog tape machine. So we could do kind of like very speed recording. Most of the time, most people could leave the algorithms intact and not really mess with them. When I would advise exploring the algorithms is if you're doing like a stretch on a drum part and you're like, oh, I'm hearing some artifacts from the processing. At that point, I may use other algorithms just to see if they will respond better to the material. If I had an old computer and I needed to do real-time time stretching on, 60 tracks, I would use the efficient algorithm. Most modern computers, it's not really required, and you could do a tremendous amount of stretching, real-time time stretching and pitch shifting using just the standard algorithms. And if you're doing something with voices and, you notice that it sounds a bit like when you raise something up a perfect fifth or a perfect fourth, that, it has almost kind of like a chipmunk and sounds artificial, then that's when I would use the formants. So that's how you could employ the algorithm. So you could set it on the info line here, or if we go to the media to pool, at this point, we could just come over here and we could set the algorithm for each file independently. All right, so we see Jan from Stockholm. We have Sable Winters on the live stream. It's always better when Sable's on. All right. Okay, so we see, hi Greg, are there any color schemes besides the default that are available online to download? So I know that there's a lot of color schemes that people will download. I'm sure if you go to the Cubase Nation Discord, you'll be able to find a lot of different color schemes there. Often people will share color schemes just in a project because the color scheme could actually be part of the project file itself. So I know many people will migrate their colors just by sending a blank project file to a different computer and have all of their colors. But there isn't an official area on the Steinberg site, but I'm sure check out the Cubase Nation Discord. All right, so you see, I'll try to add some more gain to the mic. We'll see how that goes. I'll also try to talk into the mic. Sometimes we have limited gain structure going on, but we'll see how that goes. All right, let me know if that's a little better. All right, great to see Ted Springman back from Sherman Oaks. Okay, so we have a question from I'm New Here. Using Cubase Pro MIDI Remote Learn function doesn't work for controllers. What am I doing wrong? Thanks. So it's been working for many controllers. So I'm not sure if you're have a controller. So if you're trying to map parameters on a controller, I'll just come over here and let me just enable one script here. Okay, so if I wanted to come directly to map controllers, one thing that a lot of people one of the things that a lot of people can run into when working on this is that the controllers may be already mapped in different parts of the program. So if you go to your studio setup and we see you have the generic remote, or if you have the like maybe the quick controls configured here for track quick controls or VST quick controls, try to just simply disable the quick controls there. But if I wanted to at this point just add different parameters, I could just go to like my drum pad, and at this point I could just say, and we could just add our different controls directly here. So so if I just wanted to now populate different parameters there, but if it's already assigned to a different control, then it may not, as you do it, it may not be accepted because it's already being utilized as a control in a different part of the program. All right, so we have Tolomora Studio checking in from Belgium. Thanks for joining us today. And we have Robbie Bowling from Dallas. Vittorio from Italy. Right, we see Benny got his computer working after a giant crash, so glad he got it back up and running. Okay, so we see from Ted Springman, hi Greg, orchestral samples have slight volume dips between notes. I theorize I could record MIDI slow, render, and auto slice audio speed up to normal tempo, adding crossfade, anything easier. So if you could let us know which orchestral samples that you're using. So sometimes, depending on the library that you are using, it may try to have, usually I wouldn't think that it's going to be, in the situation that you describe, I would think that it's going to be more based around the library settings themselves. So when you say volume dips between notes, so, depending on the library, so let's say if I wanted to just open up a quick orchestral sample, so I'll just open up, let's say, Lydian. So, this could be like maybe intentionally designed by the sample library, but, sometimes their dynamics can be controlled differently. So let's say if I wanted to go to my Iconica and I wanted to have, let's say, we'll just do string patch. We'll do cello. So, depending on the particular instrument, I'm just going to get some of my control back for my Nectar real quickly. Okay. So, you know, how we could get volume on different orchestral libraries is like, you know, often using an expression or the modulation. But even just kind of holding a note, and that note will just continue to sound. But if I adjust my modulation wheel here, that will allow you to adjust the volume. Now, there may be different settings if you go into like a macro editor of, you know, maybe the release time between if you want to have true release, or, you know, as you go to different articulations. So if you want to, or if you wanted to switch to legato, but I wouldn't think that you would. I don't think that the intention of any orchestral library that you would have to, you know, kind of chop up each particular note and slice it. I think that you could probably find a solution in the articulations and the controls within the particular instrument. It's great to see you back on the live stream, Ted. Okay, so we have a question. How does solo work in regards to group and folder tracks on the same tracks? So let's go ahead and take just a quick look at it. So I will open up a project with groups. Okay, so right now I have these in a folder, and I'm going to assign all of the tracks to a group as well. And we'll make this a stereo group. And we'll click on Add Track. All right, so let's say as we play the project, so if I solo a folder, every track that's in the folder will be soloed. So we can see all of my drums soloed, but the bass, which isn't in the folder, or guitars. Now, if I wanted to solo the group, everything that's feeding the group will be soloed. And so that will take into account everything that's feeding the group. So if I wanted to take the bass and send the bass to my drum group, when I solo the group, the bass will be soloed because it's being routed to the group. But if I solo just the folder here, since the bass isn't in the folder, we won't hear that. So anything that's feeding into the group, once you solo the group, will be soloed. Anything that's within the folder will be soloed when the folder is soloed. So let me know if that makes sense. Okay, so we have a question. Is there a way to minimize the part display main window and only see the transport panel on my iconless solid black Windows 10 desktop when utilizing Cubase to mainly check and sync my external hardware? Okay, so when you see the part display main window, so I'm not sure if it's going to be these parts here, or if you, let me just, you know, so there's a lot of different things. If you wanted to, you know, minimize the views, we could say, okay, I don't want to see the inspector. If we go to the upper right-hand corner, we could say, I don't want to see the inspector. I don't want to see the lower zone or the right zone. So we could now at this point just see, just our project window, just like that. And if we wanted to come over to our project setup, we could also just say, okay, I wanted to turn off these different elements. Or if I wanted to go to my windows, we could just say, I don't want to see an info line or overview or my transport. So we could kind of minimize the particular, parts that will be visible in the project. So if you wanted to just do that, so there's a number of ways of customizing those things. Let me know if that's kind of what you were going for the part display main window to minimize. All right, we see Randy Lee checking in from Texas and Brian Sawyer from Beulahville, North Carolina. All right, we see Uno Memento says, thanks, Greg. It was the click volume, so we're glad we got a solution for the click. Now you can probably hear it. It's probably helpful. Okay, so we see, good evening, Greg and Cubase family. Eating macaroni whilst listening and installing my new Arturia BeatStep Pro to accompany my panorama for even more control in Cubase. Joy. And he also clicked likes. This is from Hete Lap or Het Lap. Okay, so a question. Silly question. Is there any way in Cubase to detect the tempo variations on a recording? Ralentandos, etc. So yes, you could do that. We will just open up a project. So Cubase has automatic tempo detection, and you can do this for audio as well as MIDI parts. So let me just, I think I have a project that we could open up. Okay. What I was looking for was actually selected by my mouse. Out clevering myself again. All right, so let's say if we don't have, and let me just set. So if we don't know what the tempo is of a project, so right now there's no correlation between the music and the click track. So I'm going to select the event, go to my project menu, and let's do a tempo detection. I'll say analyze. And now I wanted to do an offbeat correction. So now we have our tempo track. So, and we want to find kind of where the downbeat is, because as it's done this, it's automatically done a quick, it's figured out where the beats fall. So we can say, okay, I want this to be in bars and beats mode, and I want to just say that's where my 4/4 bar starts. And we can see that it's calculated the tempo map of the entire project. So once again, go to your project menu and just select tempo detection directly there. So if you don't see it active, you may have to select an event for it to show up. All right, so we have a question. Cubase has the control plus mouse wheel for horizontal zoom, but does it have a mouse behavior setting for vertical zoom? Let's say control plus shift plus mouse. So I don't think that the vertical zoom is controlled with mouse. So if I wanted to kind of zoom horizontally here, but there isn't a vertical equivalent. But if you wanted to just kind of grab directly here and be able to zoom, you could do that quite easily, but nothing that's the equivalent of this on for vertical zooming. So I'm not sure why. It seems I've asked for it myself, but at that point, there isn't an equivalent for that for vertical zooming that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong. All right, so we see Soren from Sweden checking in. Thanks. And we have Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. So I believe that the virtual ice cream distribution will begin to everyone. Great to have you on the live stream. Okay, so we have a question. Can you demonstrate how to make the main Cubase UI as dark/darkest while preserving lanes, grids, and text visually coherent, and how to save those scheme settings? So if you wanted to change the color schemes, we'll come over here to the preferences, and we'll go to under user interface, and we'll see color schemes. So if we wanted to, we can see a number of different color schemes here. So let's say if I wanted grid lines to be whiter, but I wanted my project area background to be even darker, we could do stuff like that. So we can see that there's more of a contrast there. So this is where, and you could just kind of double click and be able to change the different, focus colors or the project area backgrounds. So if you wanted that to be really bright, you could do that if you wanted to, or just be able to go to defaults and click apply. Okay, so check out the, once again, go to preferences. And under user interface, select color schemes. All right, Michael Teams wants everyone to smash the like button, so that enables us to continue to do these live streams as well. So thank you, Michael. All right, and we see Michael Pierce on the live stream from London, and Michael Marshall checking in from Somerset in the UK. And Capital Razor checking in from Canada. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the community today. And we have Thomas from Germany. And Crocante. If you could let me know if that is the correct way to say your name. That way I won't feel bad every time I say your name. He's checking in from Los Angeles. Okay, so we see, hi, my MIDI controller doesn't work with third-party instruments. I'm trying to make it with the learn function, but it doesn't help. What am I doing wrong? Thanks. So I'm not sure which version of Cubase that you're running and which third-party instruments, but if you have controllers that are set up and you want it to actually have those function kind of, as you would normally expect, many times we can come over here, and I'm just going to go to like my little Choy Sauce controller here. It's a great little controller. If you check it out if you haven't seen it. But I'm going to come over here, and let's say I want this particular function. So I'm just going to go to the mapping assistant for this controller. So I'll just move. So just come here to my Choy Sauce controller. So I'm going to move this, and I'm going to delete the current mapping. But if I wanted to go to, and I think I may have one third-party instrument online here, so let me just see if I could open that up. So we'll add an instrument track. All right, so when we come here, often, what we could do, depending on the instrument's capabilities, some of them may not actually allow you to do MIDI remote learning, and that could be just kind of a limitation of the particular instrument itself, but a lot of them will work. So something similar to this. So I'll open up a retrolog. instrument. And let's say I have this this fader here selected. I'm going to go to my mapping assistant. So I could just come here, and then I want this. I could right click on the parameter and often just do a quick learn CC message, and that could learn the MIDI CC message directly there. But sometimes a lot of parameters we could also just kind of come directly here and assign through quick controls. But if you're doing, if you could let us know which third-party plugins that you're utilizing, that would be helpful. But if the instrument itself isn't kind of externally remote controllable, then that could present some limitations just by the design decision of the instrument. All right, so we see question, Loop Mash didn't work at first. This is from Dallas LaRue. Now it's completely working. There hasn't even been an update yet. I'm not sure how this happened, but I'm glad to have it back and working. So, what some people I've seen online do is kind of copy their VST3 instruments from Cubase 11 into the Cubase 12 folder to get it to work. And the reason it's not going forward with development is, that was done by a company that we were working with, and that company is no longer in existence, and they're not doing any development, and we don't own any of the intellectual property for it. So that's why it's not in version 12 or later, but the Loop Mash FX is still in. So. All right, so we see from Matthew says, "Hi Greg, very helpful as usual. You just showed a script for a Nectar P4, I think. I couldn't seem to see that in the list of included scripts. I have a P6. Is there one for this? Many thanks." So the Nectar P4 that I have is actually just a script that I made because I have one that sits on my desk, and as I was kind of learning the remote control, I just kind of made one for myself. So if I just wanted to come here, so this isn't included with the factory, but I'm going to just take a couple of things out so I could have it pass some MIDI. But if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, I would be happy to send the script to you. I've sent it to a couple people last week as well. So at that point, we'd be happy to just send that. So it's not one that comes with it, but it's just one that I made. So I'm happy to share that with you as well. So let me know if you want it. So email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de, and I'll be able to send it to you after the live stream. Okay, just seeing part of something that maybe was the second half of a question. Let me see if I can find the first half. Okay, so I'm just reading from, I think it's Altseva Band. So it says, for example, pedal at 0% will hear only track 1. At 40% will be both. 40%, 60% track 2, and 100% will only hear track 2. The idea is just to be able to switch, but a crossfade. So I think I may have missed maybe the first part of the question. Let me see. I'm just going to scroll back a bit and see if I could find it. Yeah, I don't see the first part, but maybe if you could give me a little more context, So I'm not sure if you wanted to use like a foot controller to be able to switch between tracks, but if you could maybe re-ask your questions early enough, we should be able to get to it without any problems. All right, let me just scroll back to find where we were. All right, so we see that David Griffiths in Wales is down with COVID, so we hope you have a speedy recovery and that it doesn't hit you too hard. So you'll be in my thoughts. And we have Barry Williams checking in from Trinidad and Tobago. Sounds like a nice place to be about now. All right, so we have a question. How can I free upgrade my Cubase Pro 11, which I bought in December last year? So if you're eligible for the grace period update, so you want to first verify that you're eligible for the grace period update in the e-licenser, and then you could just simply at that point go through the process there, but just make sure. So once you have that, it should automatically, I believe it sends you a DAC code that will then be the license for Cubase 12. But you could search for kind of the step-by-step process for the grace period update. But what it's basically going to do is take your Cubase 11 license, and then you'll check for grace period eligibility. Then your license will turn into a non-upgradable license. That means that you can't upgrade to Cubase 12 or to Cubase 13 from version 11 after that. So that'll be the last version on the USB e-licenser. And then version 11 will be on your e-licenser. And then 12 and on will be on the new Steinberg licensing system. All right, so we have Gerald Early checking in from sunny California. Thanks for joining us today. We see that Jazz Dude posted the link for the grace period updates. Thank you, Jazz Dude. All right, we see Jeff Sabelski from Chico, California. Okay, just reading through comments. Chatfield just jumped on me. Okay, just reading through more comments. Okay, so I see from Randy Lee, says, Greg, we are transferring multi-tracks to digital. Can I tempo those tracks once imported so we can replace the drums? Thanks. So yeah, you could definitely do tempo maps of the files, and it's always a fascinating thing doing it, and watching the drummers' response. If you want to get a really interesting perspective on tempo, is to tempo track, do a tempo detection on a drummer's performance. So. But yeah, you could definitely do that, or you could actually just kind of do drum replacement using, the built-in tools in the hit points. All right, so we see question for Cubase 12. Quick keys for zooming vertically in Very Audio seem to have changed. I usually Shift plus G and H would do, but no longer. So let's go ahead and take a look. So let's say I go to Very Audio here. All right, so we could zoom in and out using G and H horizontally, and if I hold down Shift, G and H, and let me just see if we can. So I have this happening on my Mac computer, but on my personal PC, I don't have it happening. I'll just see if there's any. And I'm just going to make sure I didn't change my keyboard shortcuts. Doing a bunch of crazy stuff. So let me just check my key commands to make sure that they're set up. So I'm just going to type in the key here. So it looks like it's working. So and I did mention this to Steinberg as well. So on my Mac system, it doesn't seem to be working. I'll try a different audio file out of curiosity and see if that makes any difference.
Day after day.
So it's not working on mine, but I did mention that from a previous comment on a live stream. So I'll make sure to reiterate that again. But on my studio PC, my personal computer, it works. But on my work computer, which is the Mac that we're seeing here, excuse me, that it doesn't seem to be functioning. So maybe you could try to see if perhaps restarting with fresh preferences, if you hold down like Alt Control Shift or Command Option Shift when you start the program, if that will restore it. I'll try it afterwards if you want to email me. All right, so we see John Costigan from Kenosha, Wisconsin on the live stream. All right, so we see Pattern Spatter just saying the like button is smashed to pieces. That's great. I appreciate it. We see Best Korean Jesus on. Glad you could join us. And he's based in San Diego. All right, and we have AWP Music or Op Music checking in from Scotland. Thanks for joining. All right, so we see Steven just says, I'm on the website now and I can see my licenses from version Pro 11. What do I need to do to activate the Pro 12 upgrade? So you probably just need to go to the Steinberg Activation Manager. So, but you could also follow the directions in the link. I think the Jazz Dude provided earlier. All right, so we just see question, how can I use pads in a controller by Groove Agent? So if you wanted to control Groove Agent pads, really all you have to do is, they transmit MIDI notes. So as soon as we come and start working on particular MIDI passages, I could just grab my particular drum pads. So let's say here, I'm just going to use the drum pads on my MIDI controller. So I will go ahead and just kind of open this up. So if we wanted to see, when we look at our instrument, so these are just transmitting MIDI notes. If you wanted to assign, and you could just click here on this icon, and that would allow you to, once you click on this icon, you could then right click and say edit learn trigger note, and then hit the pad, and that pad will automatically be assigned to that particular, hit the pad on your controller, and then that's assigned to the pad in Groove Agent. So you could assign the pads just like that if you wanted to, but most of the time it's going to automatically kind of conform to typical mappings from most controllers, but you could assign it here. And if we have a beat agent kit, which could be slightly different functionality, it's the same function here. So just click on the use hardware controller mapping, and at that point you could, without that on, we right click on the pad, we don't see edit learn trigger note, but with this on, we right click and then we see the edit learn trigger note. So let me know if that's what you mean. So we see from Gareth, and it's great to see you on the live stream from Bilbao, Spain. What was that about Loop Mash? So the instrument Loop Mash is no longer part of Cubase 12, but the Loop Mash FX, the effect plugin, is. So there are a couple instruments that we didn't own the intellectual property to that aren't being further developed, and as we want to ensure compatibility for Apple M1 processors and future operating systems, those are kind of out of our control. So the Loop Mash instrument is not a part of Cubase 12. There are some workarounds that I've seen people online utilize to get it to work, but it's no longer included with Cubase 12. Okay, just my chat field jumped on me again, so let me just go ahead and find my spot. Okay. Okay, so we see, is there any way after having zoomed a track using Z that it would Z back to the size of the session instead of back to the smallest track height? Thanks. Okay, so I think if we come here, we could say, let's hit Z, and then if you hit Z again, it will automatically kind of go right back to the smallest track height. But what you could do is, if you go to the edit menu to zoom, you could assign a keyboard shortcut to undo zoom. So if I do this and I hit Z and that track gets larger, at this point I could just have a key command and we'll just go to your zoom category. And if you wanted to just undo zoom, then it will take you right back to where you were. So perhaps maybe go into the key commands from the edit menu, and you could just search for undo zoom. And then you could assign a key command directly to that, and that will get you right back. Okay, so we see from Best Green Jesus, it says, question about ambisonics. Let's say I want to sample it to Groove Agent. What would be the best method to convert it to stereo? And follow up, should I start with Ambi from the VST instrument? So I think most of the instruments are really going to be working primarily in stereo, but let's say if I wanted to add a Groove Agent SE, and let's just choose this. I'll just add an ambisonics bus first here. Okay, so, and now we'll add a instrument track and we'll send it to the ambisonics bus. So I think that, you may not benefit from most instruments. I don't think, you could take the output and then send the output to an ambisonics channel. And then if you needed to do individual panning, for drums in your immersive format. So, you could set it up like that. But the instrument may not have like the best workflow for utilizing that. So, but I think that the samples themselves aren't going to be in ambisonics. So I think as it plays back, it may, and I could test it over the weekend, but it may just be mono or stereo samples. So I'm not sure if we could do like a 5.1 interleave file to play back, or an ambisonics, a beyond stereo interleave file for Groove Agent. But I could check it out if you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so we see from Sable Winters, errors while loading Cubase 11 Pro Win 10s is Lydian Sonic could not be found for VST Synth 1. Groove Agent SE for instrument track Groove Agent. So make sure that, there's a lot of times when people go to utilize particular instruments, and let's say if we go to the download assistant, what we want to be able to do is sometimes people will just download the program, but there's also a lot of different content sets and instrument sounds. So we'll just go to the download assistant here. So when you see Cubase 11, there's a lot of different instruments. So let's say let's say if we go to our Cubase Pro 11, we'll say we have this. So make sure that you have, all of, the Groove Agent plus the content, the Lydian Sonic SE plus the content, that those are installed. So if you could let us know that, Sable, that would be helpful. So sometimes people will just download the program and not download all the other instruments and content sets with it. All right, so we see, hi, another very audio problem report here. I was trying to open multiple files at once, vocal stacks, to have them all in view while editing, but for some reason that doesn't work or can't edit at all. All right, so let's take a look. And the sample editor may have changed slightly with this. So let me see if I could come up with something with like a number of background vocals. Okay, so let's say we have a number of background vocals here. So I want to take these three and let's go into our sample editor. So if we wanted to, we have these three files, and as we're working with this, we could switch between them here, and we could just show only the active clip. So if we wanted to switch between these, or they could all be overlapped. So where you could see kind of other clips as we're here. So let's say, okay, now we could bring one to the forefront. Now I'll just colorize these slightly differently, so they could be a little more obvious. Okay, so now if we want to select our different takes, we can see our green is now selected, and we can see the yellow. It's kind of like a whisper track. So we could see all of these, but let's go ahead and now look at it in Very Audio. So remember that Very Audio is really only going to do editing on one single part at a time. So it's not intended to, you know, take 5 or 6 different tracks. But if I now wanted to do my Very Audio tuning, I could see the harmonies laid out for me here, and then we could pick which is the current active part. And I'll colorize by the event colors. So as soon as we come here, so I'm going to show only the active clip, or we could show all clips. So if I wanted to go to a different harmony part, I could just kind of do my editing directly here. So that's kind of a whisper, so I may not have detected pitch on that particular one. But as we just move between these, we can just kind of edit freely. So now when I go to edit, I can just, you know, move the particular notes and have that. If I click on another part, that will activate the segment here. So we see that the segments will change accordingly. So we're at background 302 when we have green active, and then we're at background 207 when the red color is active. So we can see multiple events here, but it's going to be editing one at a time as opposed to selecting multiple tracks at once. So Very Audio is going to be kind of, you know, it's not going to allow you to do Very Audio editing on 3 different tracks simultaneously, but you could see all 3 tracks directly here and switch between. Or if you only wanted to see the active clip, we could now just say, okay, I want to see this clip, I want to see this clip, or I want to visually see all the clips so I can see the relationship harmonically between them, and I would click to actually come over here and select which one is active. So let me know if that works differently for you. Okay, so we see a question. I've created a chord track and imported audio. A few minor chords in that show up as 7th chord. All C minor chords show up as C7. How to select the C7 chord in audio and change it to C minor chord in one shot. Okay, so let's say I'll just take this example here, and I'll have a chord track. So let me just do a new version. So I want to take the guitar part here of this project. And I think I destroyed this project.
Yellow coach to ferry us home.
So now what I want to do, let's say if I drag my guitar part to the chord track, so I'll just create the chords. Okay, so let's say in this case, you know, what you can do is once the chord has been detected from audio, you see this little asterisk in the upper right-hand corner. I'm just going to make sure I'm answering. So it says a few minor chords in that show up as a seventh chord. Let's see. So I don't think we could change every single chord, but what you could do once it's been selected, you could double click and go to the Chord Assistant. And here you could probably see it's going to give you possible chords that might have more refined solutions. So it's giving you kind of different options here. So I could say, okay, this is an A chord, but maybe it's an A6, maybe it's an A major 7, maybe it's an A7. So it could give you different options here, but you could, I don't think there's a way to say take every C minor chord, turn it into a C7 chord. So you might have to just kind of do that manually, and then you could just navigate using the arrow keys, like the left and right arrows, to just kind of navigate quickly to the chords that you need to change. So. All right, so we see Michael Pierce has come up with his soup selection for today to share with everyone. It's a forced spring rocket arugula soup, olive oil, fry some shallots and potatoes, salt, pepper, garlic, and stock, simmer for 15, and a ton of arugula. Blend served with crusty bread and goat's cheese. Sounds good. All right, so we have a question from Patrick. Is Spectre, Prologue, and Mystic gone in Cubase 12? I have a few projects. I have projects that use those. So those programs are no longer going to be updated and compatible for future operating systems and processors. So they're not part of the Cubase 12. I think there's a link. You know, there are ways that people have migrated those instruments over to work inside of Cubase 12. It's not officially supported, but you know, they still work in version 11. So what a lot of people do is over time just kind of render those particular files. So, but there's no way for us to, because we don't own the kind of the source code for that for us to continue to offer those. Sorry about that. But you can still open it in version 11 and render it or use some clever workaround. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, here, Cubase user for over 32 years. Is Cubase 12 fully compatible with Apple M1 processors? So yes, it is fully native. There could be a lot of third-party plugins that may not work as expected, so and may cause you to run in Rosetta mode, but Cubase and all the components in Cubase are Apple M1 native. All right. All right, so we see, hi Greg, Luis from New York City. Can you duplicate MIDI events to the next bar using Midi Logical Editor? So I'm not sure if you need to use the Logical Editor for that. You know, so let's say if I have MIDI events here. So, you know, within the logical editor, so let's say if I have this, you know, if we just come here and hit Control or Command D, you could duplicate the events. If I wanted to undo that, so you could do it with a keyboard shortcut, or if you wanted to just drag it across from the right center edge, Or if you want to go old school vintage, you could go to the lower right-hand corner and hold down the Alt or Option key. That you could just make duplicates, but if there may be a way of doing it inside the logical editor, but I think it's really simple to do on the main project window. But if you have to do it in the logical editor, let me know. And if you could let me know kind of what the circumstances are that you would need the logical editor. All right, so we see David M checking in. Glad you could join us. Okay, so I just see just a comment. Infected Mushroom had a video on the Steinberg site which showed a macro delete all but selected within a range. Is this macro available somewhere or hard to create? So let's say if I wanted to do this, I'm not sure if it's for MIDI, but I think we could kind of do the same concept here. So let's say I have these events selected and I wanted to delete. Make sure I have it right. So we'll just say delete all but selected. So what I would do to make a macro to do this, if it's going to be for MIDI, I would just come to my key commands and let's do a new macro. Called delete all but selected. And the first thing I want to do is we'll just say invert selection. And we'll add that to the macro. And then I will just delete. Okay, and we'll add that function. All right, so now let's say I have these notes selected and we'll execute our macro of delete all but selected. So let me know if that's what you wanted it to do, but and that would probably even work for within the project window as well. So, but again, to have that macro, just come to your key commands and we'll choose delete all but selected. So I think it's probably just invert selection followed by edit delete. So let me know if that is helpful or if that's what you wanted to accomplish, or you just want to have the same macros as the cool guys from Infected Mushroom do. Okay, so you just see from Unknown says, "Hey fellows, what video to explain the Elgato Stream Deck usage?" So if you have the Stream Deck, you could download a just search for MIDI. So I'll just come over here. Let me just get this set up. I'll just do my Cubase 12 demo. And what we could do is once you kind of add the MIDI program, you could configure it in a Midi Loopback. And this basically will allow you to take different pads on your Stream Deck, and we're going to be able to assign MIDI messages that are transmitted directly from the Stream Deck here. So we could choose what MIDI channel, what input note, what MIDI note, the channel. You could even select velocity, and you could route the correct MIDI port here. And this is something on the Mac I set up an IAC, or on a Windows platform I set it up with, I think, Loopback. So now what we could do is I could just come over here to like different editing commands, and I could just literally type in the names here. So I could just say, okay, on this this MIDI note, we could change the appearance. The only thing that's totally annoying about Stream Deck is you can't really seem to, you know, change the backgrounds here. So, but if I wanted to just give it a name, and we'll say, you know, I want this to do delete all but selected. Okay, so we could give it a name here, and I'm just going to say, let's go to MIDI channel 13 because I don't have anything installed there. And then when I go into my MIDI remote, and I could come directly over here to my Stream Deck. So I wanted to add that particular function. So I will select, I want it to be a button. I'm going to put my button right here. And then I capture that MIDI message. And now I want to assign it with the mapping assistant. So at this point, I can just map that to any particular parameter. So let's go to our key commands. And we'll see process, or we'll just come over here to macros. And then at this point, you could just select any of the macros that you have set up here. So, you know, and at that point, that particular function can now drive that's been assigned to the pad, and we could just trigger that message from the Stream Deck. So basically, we're turning the Stream Deck into like a MIDI controller, and then we could remap that as we see fit. So I'll see if I could do a tutorial video and kind of getting that all set up. See Chris Livingstone saying undo zoom, awesome, thank you. So it's a good feature. Okay, so we just see from B Dragon says, I'm getting rumble with no MIDI data and infinite sustain of the first trigger notes on VST synths and instruments, and now it does it on Cubase 11. So when you know, usually, you know, it'd be interesting to see if it was like while you're working, you know, what MIDI controller that you're using, and if the MIDI controller is disconnected and you hit like Alt or Option plus K, and if you get the same result here on the particular, you know, if you get the same exact effect here, we could maybe see if it's the MIDI controller that's causing the rumble, as you kind of mentioned, or if it's going to be just systemic to, or like associated with a particular instrument. So maybe if you could see if your MIDI controller is disconnected and you try the on-screen keyboard, and again, that's Alt or Option plus the letter K, we could turn that off and see if you get the same results, but nothing's really kind of popping out. You know, and if there's an audio example of the rumble that you want to email me, I'd be happy to listen to it as well. And you can send that to clubcubase@steinberg.de. Okay, so we see a question. Is it possible to open two independent MIDI windows in Cubase 10? So let's say I'll just duplicate this particular track here, and we'll give it a different color. Okay, so if I want it to come here, now there's a little preference that a lot of people miss. So let's go ahead to your Cubase Preferences. And once we go to the Preferences, we want to go, I think it's under Editors. And you'll see this check, and this may be checked, Editor Content Follows Event Selection. So we want to probably uncheck that. So now I could select this particular instrument here, and I'm going to put it into its own window, and we'll kind of tuck it away over here. So we'll make this kind of a smaller MIDI editor window. And I want to open up this MIDI editor window. And if you have multiple screens, this is always good because now we could choose to see our two independent MIDI windows just like that. But make sure you go to the Preferences, to Editors, and uncheck Editor Content Follows Event Selection. And then if that's unchecked, you can open up multiple windows of MIDI editors. Okay, so we see from Rich just asking, try to use Melodyne and spectral layers on a track, and those extensions were grayed out. Any thoughts? So I'm not sure if you're using it on, sometimes if we go to our extensions here, that they're grayed out because there's nothing selected for them to extend to. So now that we have an event selected, we can come to our audio menu to extensions, and all of our extensions will become visible there. In Cubase 12, the behavior has changed a bit because now we could see extensions just listed right here at the track level. But most of the time when I get that question, it's because there's no event selected for the extension to be active for. So make sure that you have an event selected, and then you should probably see all of your extensions, your ARA2 extensions available directly there. So let me know if that helps, Rich. All right, so just see, hi Greg, question. I'm running a Mac Pro trash can with Big Sur 12, Cubase 12 Pro. I have an Arturia Essential 49 and a Panorama T4. How can I get them both to be fully functioning as controllers? So if you wanted to get them set up as MIDI remotes, that you probably would just come over, and as you sneak home, you'll see as you get to the end, a little plus sign. And at this point, we could just tell which controller, which MIDI port is going in. You could choose the vendor. And then at that point, the model, you could, give it your own name if you wanted to. And then once we have that done, we would go directly into like a surface area. So I'm going to just jump over here, and we would see just kind of like a blank surface area. So to do this, we would just, and I'll just kind of make this larger to start off with. I'm going to just say, okay, I want to, put knobs in, or faders, or buttons. So I could just come over here, and as I hit the parameter, the button on my controller, it'll just automatically populate. So I'm just hitting my drum pads, and let's say, okay, I wanted to hit the drum pads below. So I kind of physically or visually recreate the software controller just right here as I hit it. So now it's transmitting. I'm going to hit the pad, and as I do that, it transmits that message directly to the pads. Now, once you're here, you could assign these through the mapping assistant for whatever parameter that you want to control from particular pads, sliders, or knobs. So once you kind of do it, like I set up my Nectar P4. And even if you watch the live stream that we did and all the Cubase 12 walkthroughs, I could create the Nectar P4 in about, probably 7 minutes or so. So you just kind of want to map out physically what your controller looks like. And then you could align it and then assign the particular functions to the controller. So there are some Arturia controllers that have scripts out of the system. So if you wanted to just go to your MIDI controller here and click on his settings cogwheel, there are a number. So let me just see. So there's the Arturia Keylab Essential. So some of these are working kind of out of the box, but you could always just make them as well. So the Arturia Essential 49. So if we do that, then it should automatically kind of be detected. So, but if it's an Essential 49 or a Keylab Essential 49, but the Nectars aren't automatically connected. And I think as time goes on, we'll see that more controllers, as you connect it, will automatically just be recognized, and the scripts are going to be generated by the controller companies. Okay, so we see someone's doing a stress test. It says, maybe out of all this presentation yesterday, I stress tested my laptop and HP i7 2.8 gigahertz, 12 gigs of RAM, 2 hard drives, 1 Samsung SSD, and another regular. It says I used 75 tracks in each of FabFilter, C2, DS, EQ2, Waves, Sheps, 1073, TSR, 1176, and then sent each track to Lexicon Plate, Waves H delay, and Waves modulation stereo. So, yeah, that's pretty amazing performance for a laptop. So, okay, so we see a question for Cubase 12. How can I switch crossfade audio between two audio tracks in real time using a MIDI fader or expression pedal? Okay, so let's say if we wanted to switch between two tracks of audio. So let's say if I wanted to do this. So I don't know way off the top of my head for taking two, having one event kind of automatically translate. So I'm not sure if it's for a live thing or, if you have each track panned, you might be able to just kind of use the pan pot, but let's see if we can, just trying to think of a way that, one fader inverts the other fader. So let me just see if we come over here. Let's do new project. Okay, so let's see if we can. So I guess you want a one fader control to bring this one down as this one gets louder. All right, so let's see if we could. All right, so I'm just gonna remap this, my choice OS controller. Okay, so I'm going to all right, so I'm gonna move fader 1 here. And let's just pick up the volume for that. I was just curious if there was a so I don't know what, we could control different, the volume of different controllers with, with a single event. But, generally each event isn't going to be conditioned on another. And I know it's very common in kind of like DJ controllers to take kind of two, but I don't know of a way to kind of have one event change. So, all right, so let's see if we can maybe with the input transformer. So I'm going to move this, and let's go to this track. And we'll pick up and apply the mapping. So I have I could do inverted parameters using on a MIDI track using the input transformer, but it's not going to immediately take the output from another track and then invert it. So I don't know of a way of doing it, but I'll play around with it over the weekend. If you want to email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Sorry about that. I just see, for example, pedal at 0%, you only hear track 1. At 40% will be both. 60% track 1, 40% track 2. So I don't know a way of doing it, but I'll see if I can kind of play around with it somewhat. Okay, so we have a question. How can I disable/enable tracks on the console in the lower zone? All right, so let's say we have a number of tracks. Okay, so usually we could right-click and on the particular track and choose to disable track. But let's say if we wanted to do it from the console, so we could right-click and enable the track. So let's say if we have this selected on our mix console. So we'll scroll over, so we see it's selected on the mix console. if now when we select this, if we could assign a keyboard shortcut for enable, disable track. So I will come to my key commands. I think it's maybe under audio. Okay, so disable, enable track. All right, so let's say if I have this selected, I'm just going to do a key command. Okay, and let's see if this key command works. Okay, so let's see if I select. So I don't think that there's a way from the, let's see if I have this as my keyboard shortcut. So my keyboard shortcut. So I don't think there's a way from the lower zone mix console, but if you just come and, you know, have the track selected, and this is the active one, that you could do it with a keyboard shortcut. All right, wonderful to see Graham Witcher on, and we have Christopher Nielsen checking in from Fall River, Massachusetts. All right, so I just see what's up with all the curves, and this may have been with the very audio example, so let me just take a look at it. All right, so say I have these, and I wanted to go, I'll activate the project quickly. All right, so, and as we would activate, so if we wanted to only show the the active clip, so, you know, then we could see, so when we see all the clips, we can see the various curves that will be present, but when we look at just the active clip, we could see that we could have all of the different clips here, so we could just see, you know, the different curve selections. So let's say if we want to do our active clip, and, you know, as we do this, so that's why you may see more curves, because you have multiple events going on. So we say show all clips, we see two curves because there's, you know, two different or three different audio events going on simultaneously. You know, but I think for the most part, you'd probably be more successful doing kind of a lot of times very audio, you know, on a single track at a time. For editing, it could be a little more straightforward. All right, so we see, does Cubase have a feature to where when I play keys, I can see the chords I'm playing at the top of the screen, kind of like how Logic has it. So I will come over here, and when we go to, let's say, our editor, we'll just make it so it's a little bigger. And then we could come over here, we'll see the status line. So as I play, you can see kind of so you'll see just kind of up here. Let me just do this on a blank MIDI track. Might be easier. So we see the current chord display, but usually you could see it directly kind of up here. And then but usually it'll just kind of show up right here in the chord area. So check that out. All right, so I just see question, will there be scripts for Native Instruments controllers soon? So you should probably contact Native Instruments. You know, we don't, the intention is that the companies themselves develop it. So, you know, so reach out to Native Instruments and tell them that you want the script. Okay, so we just see a question. When recording a performance via MIDI on my keys, do I always have to click on a project window for the key editor to show up when recording, or can I have it auto capture my recordings like other DAW? So as soon as you go to record in, so let's say I just wanted to play. So, you know, if you want it to be within, you know, so it'll automatically come here and just as we play, if I wanted to record directly in, we're going to have an event. So we'll just zoom in here. So you know, when we do this, we could, if you wanted to record directly into a key editor, you could create the part first, but as soon as you record, so let's say if I have, you know, my event selected and I have editors turned on, that the key editor will automatically show up in the lower zone. So as I am recording, we could also choose to, you know, record directly into the editor if we wanted to. So if we now at this point wanted to look, you know, in the key editor, we could see the different parts, but, you know, basically you record, you know, into a container first, and then, but if you don't want to record, you know, if you wanted to record directly into the key editor, just make a blank part that's going to hold the MIDI data. And then at that point, you could record directly into the editor. So. Okay, just reading. So we see question. Hey, from Ethiopia, does Cubase have a shadow MIDI display in the background where all the scales are found? So if you wanted to come directly here, so let's say we want to look at our particular editors. So we could say, let's go to our Scale Assistant. So as we go to the Scale Assistant here, we could say, okay, I want to be in the key of G. So if we wanted this, we could say show note scale guides. And we can see that in the background here that we'll have, so we'll see like these colors indicate here what the backgrounds, but we could also just say snap pitch editing. So as I want to move notes just using the up and down arrow, it will automatically stay within the key. So you'll see the show scale guide notes, and we'll see that these white notes are within the scale with a white background. It could be subtle, maybe watching it on the live stream. But if we do this, you could have all the, the white keys show up as being kind of different scaled here. And then, but you could also, more importantly, just do snap pitch editing or snap live input, and that will automatically move the particular notes to be restricted to the scale. So yeah, you could do that in Cubase. So we just see a comment, follow up to my Drumagog question from the last time. It is a VST2, which I believe is the issue. The free trigger VST works great. So yeah, I mean, Drumagog, I haven't heard a lot of activity on it recently, so I'm not sure if it's being actively developed or not. It's kind of been off my radar for a long time. I used to know some of the guys in, I think it was Rim, who's based in Chicago, who's doing it. All right, so we see Graham Witcher says thinks he's over. He's gotten used to not having the dongle, so that's good to hear. All right, so we just see any way to start the playback from where you click on a track, like other programs is default. I know that holding down Option plus Shift click works, but I'd like to not have to use that. So, the reason is a lot of times, if we are playing a project and we click on an event, we could select the event. So, do you want to just select the event, which is probably more easier? While you're playing, you could also just click directly in the timeline here to move the playhead position. But if you're clicking in the event, there's also a preference for if there's no event for, I think, like click in empty space. Maybe it's under transport. Locate when clicked in empty space. So if there's no event, you could just click freely. But if there's an event there, you would obviously select the event by clicking on the event. So if there's events at that point, that's when you hold down the Alt plus Shift so that you're not selecting the event, but telling the program where to do it. So that's why it's kind of set up that way. So I don't want to say, okay, I wanted to select this event for processing for it to play every single time. So that's why there's the distinction. So, but there isn't a way to kind of change that as a preference. All right, so we see from Dallas LaRue just saying, question, years ago working on a MIDI sequencer, there were so many ticks between each beat. Is there any way you could convert ticks into the grid? Just curious. So once we come over to, so we could still see the ticks, but now the MIDI resolution is going to be sample accurate. So, you may have, remember it was like a big, like Cubase, I think in Atari was 384 PPQ. Some were like, 480 PPQ. So what we could do in Cubase is as we select an event, we could see that this is measure 107, beat 1, and then we have our 16th divisions here. So we have 3. And at this point, we could just have, these would be, we could have various degrees of editing directly within our 16th note. And I think if we go to our preferences, that we could set this to like our MIDI grid resolution. I haven't looked this up in a long time, but let me just maybe under MIDI. All right, so we can see that we have 120 ticks per 16th note. And this is completely user scalable. So, right now, so we have per 16th note, we have 120. So that would give us a PPQ base of 480. Now, the MIDI itself can be moved at the sample resolution, but once you go to the MIDI, here is where you could set kind of your PPQ base. So again, when we look at a MIDI note value, we see kind of the start, the measure of the event. And we see the beat, the 16th note division, and the pulse within that division there. So we have 120, but again, that's completely user configurable in the preferences. So just select MIDI and you'll see the display PPQ. So some people, may want to, came up on 960 PPQ. And for those who are just wondering why this is even a thing, it used to be different clock resolutions. When you would quantize, you would just kind of mathematically divide for triplets or dotted notes or eighth notes, and we knew these divisions of the PPQ, and that was a very essential thing to early MIDI days. Right? People would go, oh, it's a 192 feel. But if a sequencer had a different PPQ, those numbers would never line up. So some people would stay on their sequencers because they couldn't translate the divisions in time into PPQs. So, but it's completely configurable and user defined. But ultimately, everything is at the sample level. So you get down to a MIDI note being 192,000th of a second, as opposed to 480 divisions of a second. So, okay, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Is there a way to search the cycle markers by name? I'm into sound design and use cycle markers to name sections for batch export. Sometimes I have to go back to a section with a specific name. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm just going to add some cycle markers here into my project. Okay, so let's say I creatively named my cycle markers 1 through 6. Okay, so let's see if maybe in a project browser. So I'm not sure if we could search for by name here. But let's see if maybe in the project browser. So we'll come over here to the project browser. Okay, so I'll just come to, and I'll just name this cycle. Right, and I'll just name these quickly as well, my description here. Okay. Okay, so let's see, we could filter by cycle marker, but don't know if there's a way to search. Yeah, I don't see a search function in the project browser or within the marker track. Let's see if we go to our export audio mixdown, if we see. Here we could see the tracks, but not the events. So I don't know. I don't see a way to search for it that I'm thinking of. But if you want to email me, I could play around with it to see if there's some way. I don't see like a search function in the cycle markers where we could see all the names going into the marker list here. So we could filter by different markers. We could insert. Yeah, I don't know of a way to search for cycle markers, but I'll pass that along as a feature suggestion as well. All right, so we see, can Cubase do automatic fade in and fade out with one click? So there's a couple of different ways of approaching this. So, you know, if you wanted to just come right here, if you have like a range selected, you could just say, I wanted to hit A, and we could do like a particular like fade out. If I wanted to select in the middle, I could hit A, and that will do fade in, fade out. Just that easily. So I'll just make that a little larger so we could show that again. So there's, you know, different key commands for fade to range. So if you just say, okay, I want to fade there, you'd hit the letter A. That will automatically do fade in and fade out. And if you just wanted to fade to particular events, anytime that you wanted to do like short fades, like at the beginning of sections, we could come directly to here, and then there's an auto fades setting. So you could choose to have auto fade in and fade out and auto crossfades that are not editable, but will play for you. So you could just choose without any pops or clicks. But anytime that you just wanted to, you know, take a particular audio event, you could just do fades just like this. And if you wanted to even come to the audio menu, you'll see, okay, I just wanted to apply a standard fade in. So we could just come and there's a number of different fade options directly here. So I could say, okay, I want to fade into cursor. I want to fade out to cursor. I want it to come right over here and remove fades or apply standard fade in. So there's a number of different functions that you could just do automatically. So let me know if that kind of works, or if you needed to, like if you wanted just to crossfade between two different sections, it's just X to crossfade. So there's a number of different ways of handling fades. Let me know if those make sense. Okay, just going through comments. All right, so we see a question, how to select the root note of all the chords using the logical editor. Okay, so let's say I'm going to create an empty instrument track here. And I'll drag some chords down. Okay, and I'll just define these. So I'm going to glue these together. Okay, so now we'll look at our chords laid out for us here. So if we want to select the lowest note in the chord, let's go to our logical editor. And I think there's probably even a preset for this, but let's go to our setup and we say we want to select, and we will choose type is equal to note, and we will say our context variable, and we'll say it's going to be equal to note position in chord, and we'll say the lowest note position is 0, and then you could just hit apply, and then that will select the note positions directly within the chord, just like that. So give that a shot. So come here to select, type is equal to note, and insert context variable, condition to equal, and then we'll see note number in chord, and the lowest note is going to be 0. You could also choose position in chord for chord track if you wanted to. And then, so if you wanted the, like the third, the second highest note, you'd hit 1. The middle of the chord, let's say perhaps the third of the note or the fifth, you would say 2 or 3. So give that a shot and let me know how it works for you. All right, you see Graham Witcher's liking the Hot Mess tracks where worlds collide. That's great. Glad you're enjoying it. See Roland Garrard just saying Cubase 12 is so far a great release for me, you guys. So it's been good for me as well. Keeping me very busy at work. All right, so we have Luca checking in from Germany. I believe he's in Munich area. All right, so we see, would it be possible to exchange the scrolling behavior on PC, Cubase Pro 12, on the Shift plus Control, and perhaps the wheel direction as well? So let's say if I want to come here, I'll do... So I think the wheel direction may be carried over. So try changing in your, it's kind of based upon the operating system. So there's often a setting for, and let me just see if I have like the, so I see the kind of Alt option to navigate here. So maybe that's what you mean, the Alt or Option plus Shift to scroll. So I think if you change the scroll direction in your operating system, that will change it there. So, but you could give that a try just in your operating system. I don't have Windows on my computer I'm using now, but see if that helps. All right, so we see from Jazz Dude, he just says there's a huge list of pre-installed MIDI logical editor presets, which you can easily modify to fit other needs. Says maybe Greg could show how to see these presets. So if you wanted to have different like logical editor or project logical editor presets, we can now just come over here and I'm going to first select something with MIDI data. So we'll come over to our logical editor. And now we could click on apply preset. So there's going to be like lots of additional factory presets. So I know I contributed a bunch as well. So different ones that from, from like live streams that I just kind of have collected over time. So we can see that these will be organized. So if you wanted to copy and extract velocities or delete different functions. So there's lots of different presets and we could organize these presets are decoupled from the factory user presets are decoupled from the from user presets. And once you're in the logical editor to save the presets, we can come directly to the logical editor. And when we're in the setup, you could actually now, when you go to preset, you could say show the user preset location. And you could come over here and create your own subfolders very easily for all of the presets for user presets. So you could exchange those much easier than previous versions. Thanks for mentioning that, Jazz Dude. All right, so we have Nairobi, Kenya checking in. Thanks for joining us and being a part of the live stream today. Okay, so we have a question. Is it possible to make a key command to disable read of automation for all tracks that don't contain automation, or do this with the project logical editor preset? Okay, so let me just jump to a different project. Let's see if we can, not sure if we could select based on tracks that have no automation. So let's see if we could define that in the project logical editor. All right, so we'll say container type is equal to track and media type is let's see if we look at property is set to So I'm not sure if there's a distinction between tracks that don't have automation, or a way to show tracks that don't have automation. Okay, maybe we could do a deselect. Okay, so let's say I think the only I'm going to just create some automation on the bass track here. But let's say I have read enabled on another track. So let's see if we could come over here, do Project Logical Editor, and see if we could deselect tracks that have automation. Let me remove this. Okay, so let's say media type is equal to automation. All right, so let's see if we could just select tracks that have automation. Okay, so let's see if we set property is set to parent object is selected. All right, so let's see if we could move this. So I'll. So say maybe media is equal. Let's see if we could just select automation here. And we had to add a parent object. Yeah, I don't know of a way to select tracks that don't have automation in it. I'll play around with it over the weekend. If you want to send me an email, I may be able to create like a macro before and a macro after, something like that. But you may just have to know which tracks have automation, or open up the automation lanes to see if there's automation data there. Sorry about that. All right, so we have as a Dr. Paul from the Netherlands checking in, just asking how I'm doing. I'm doing great, thank you. Okay, so we see from Walter Blackledge, is there an easy way to see MIDI drum descriptions, i.e. hi-hat, closed, etc., in the MIDI editor rather than the names of the keys, i.e. C3, D3, etc.? Thanks. That's from Walter Blackledge from St. Louis. So if you have, particular drum events, and this is what kind of drum maps will allow you to do. So let's say I have my drums here, and I just put in, different MIDI notes here. So let's say I'm looking at my drums. Instead of that, just try switching for drums. If you switch to the drum editor, now we could see the sound of all of the drums created here. And if it's a Groove Agent instrument, and this is what's called a drum map. So we could go to the drum map here, and with Groove Agent, you could say automatically create the drum map from the instrument. So now I could actually see the different note names and a description of the different drums. So if I just want to come over here and say, okay, there's our snare, you could click and just kind of audition, and you could just kind of type in names if you need to. But try using the drum editor, and that way you don't have to try to remember what each one of these notes is actually sounding, and you could see the description directly there. So. Okay, so we see, does Cubase have a scale assistant like it has a chord assistant? So once you're in a MIDI part, so really all you have to do is, let's say we're in a MIDI event, and I'm going to just switch this to not have a drum map. So, and then when we double click, we could go to on the inspector of the editor. Once you're in the key editor, you can have a scale assistant directly here in for all the different parameters, where you could automatically see the colors change. You could snap pitch editing, snap live input. You could even quantize pitches to scale. And if you wanted to even create your own custom scales, like I want to do Bartok harmonic or Bartok augmented scale, we could have that set up, and you could create custom scales as well. So yeah, just click on the scale assistant right there. All right, so we have a question from Sven Isaacson. Thanks for joining us. It says, I have some plugins from Absolute 2, Dark Planet, Hypnotic Dance, Tribe Work, and Symphonic Orchestra. I noticed that the first three are included in Lydian Sonic. Does this mean that I can ditch the plugs? So probably the plugin versions are working directly inside of Lydian Sonic. So, most of those instruments are basically just utilizing the actual Lydian playback engine for synthesis and samples. So at that point, you don't have to run them as standalone. But make sure that as you do it, that, it might, depending on how you installed it, just make sure, like, if you uninstall one, that it doesn't, if you uninstall the plugin, it doesn't remove the content. So if you have later installations, they'll probably be included, but you could test it out. But, those are basically were like standalone versions using the Lydian engine underneath. So. All right, and we see Mark Rabin from Montana on the live stream. Thanks for joining. Great to have you on. Okay, just going through some comments here. All right, so we have a question from Greg Norman. Is it possible to map MIDI pads to Groove Agent pads? All you have to do, and we discussed this a little earlier, I think, if you're in Groove Agent, is you'll see this little, it can be subtle, but you want to come here and say, use hardware controller mapping. Then all you have to do is right click on the pad, and you could just say edit, learn, trigger note. And then at that point, you could hit whatever note that you want, and that will capture that note or that from your pad controller so that you could have that pad controller trigger this software pad. So click in the lower right-hand corner, and you'll see use hardware controller mapping. Right click, and then just click on edit, learn, trigger note, or you can manually assign it. Probably the edit, learn is much faster. Hit the note you want. That'll capture the MIDI note message and assign it directly to that pad. All right. Just reading through more comments. Thanks for all the great questions. And if you've learned something new, make sure you do hit the like button. All right, just reading through. All right, and we see Matthew Elston checking in from London. Thanks for joining today. All right, Graham Witcher is now is adding recipes as well to counter the soup and ice cream. So. All right, just my chat field jumped to me. Okay, so we just see from Sable Winter, question in Download Assistant, I'm reinstalling content to external drive. Does it automatically move existing files to that location? Why would I use install again button? Thanks. So it's so if you're moving the content to a new drive, it's not going to necessarily automatically move the existing files to the location. But if you have the file selected, and there's also a library manager, Sable. So when you come over here, check to see if you have the content in the library manager. So you can see, okay, when I have a Groove Agent, at this point you could move directly here all the content to an external drive right there. So and you could use the install again button. So it may see that you perhaps installed it and maybe it got uninstalled or removed somewhere, but check out the library manager, and then you could see all of your content here and then move that And once you click on move, you'll be prompted to what folder, and you could choose your external drive there. Okay, so we see a question from Sable. Am I past the Cubase 12 update grace period if purchased in last August during the summer sale? So the cutoff for the grace period, and it was extended this year, was November 10th. So if it was in August, it probably wouldn't be eligible for the grace period. Sorry about that. But you saved a bunch of money during the summer sale. So think of it that way. All right. So we see Gerald just says, love those fade tips, Greg. So I'm glad. Thanks for letting me know. And I see also from the cycle markers, I just had a thought. So let's say if we have cycle marker names, let me just add a marker track here quickly. Maybe a different approach I was thinking of. Let's see if we can maybe do it with the Project Logical editor. So let's see if we go to our Project Logical editor, if we could search for markers. Or let's say if we select we'll say media type is equal to marker. And we'll say name is equal to HHHH. All right, so let's see if this selects that particular marker, that cycle marker. So I'll come here, let's say I have this event selected, and if we approach this here, we'll say apply. All right, so that did work. So while it's not a search for name, but you could at this point. So again, choose select, and we're going to say media type is equal to marker. And then we could say name is equal to, or if you don't know the exact name, you could also say name contains or doesn't contain different functions. So if I wanted to come here and I want to say name contains the letter F. So at this point, I could just say, and this marker is labeled with 4F. So I'm going to just come here, hit apply, and then it will be able to search for the marker that way. So let me know if that works for you. And I think that this is from Satish, so let me know if, you can search by name there and have it selected for you. So let me know if that is helpful. See, Mark Rabin is just saying he adores version 12 so far. And we see Tim Weinheimer from Mission Viejo, California. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so we see I'm from Gerald. Ely just saying, I'm very clumsy in using the tempo track. This question. Do you have some tips that are similar to those fade in tips, fade in, fade out tips that you gave? All right, so let's come over here and let's say if we have a tempo track. So there's some cool things that we could do with the tempo track here. So let's say at this point, we're going to activate the tempo track. So if we wanted our tempo to, and one thing that's kind of hidden by default, if we kind of extend this over beyond the default characteristics, is we could choose to have tempo kind of in step or ramp. So if I wanted to put a tempo value in here, like I'll just put in, I'm just going to select my pencil tool and I can say at measure 9, I want that tempo change, and measure 13, I want it to be there. But let's say if I switch to ramp, I wanted to do an accelerando from measure 13 to measure 25, and I want to do a retard down to measure 33. And if we, at this point, if we wanted to do, let's say we have, some tempo changes here in our project, and we have a number of tempo changes, and I wanted to select my tempo events here, I'm going to just select these, and we could choose to bring all of the tempo down or up to speed it up, slow it down, but still kind of keep the proportionality of it. I could also compress. If I go to the right center edge, I could compress the tempo contents or expand them. And if I wanted these to just kind of tilt up or tilt down, we could do that as well just by going to the corners. So a number of different ways of being able to kind of manipulate different tempo information. So maybe let me know if that's helpful for you, Gerald. Great. Okay, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. How do you rename parts in the arranger track? Okay, so this is slightly different. I'm not sure why. There could be a bit of inconsistency with this. So let's say we have events in our arranger track, and I want this to be like, let's say verse, pre-chorus, chorus, verse 2. But as I enter these in, they're just going to be labeled with letters. So now if I wanted to rename these, what I would do is just, I think you hold down Alt or Option and then double click. Then you can say intro. And now we could just double click here and choose verse. And Alt or Option, double click pre-chorus or whatever you want. So now we could see the names of the different arranger change events, so that we could now see them on the project window if we wanted to use those as just kind of a visual indication as well. So in the arranger track, when you see the arranger events, just double click here and hold down the Alt or Option key. Then you could type in a name. Okay, we're all reading through different comments here. Thanks for all the great questions. If you've learned something new, make sure you do hit the like button. Okay, so we see a question from MPS Livestream. Having an issue with free warp. My drum tracks are in a folder. When I try to use free warp, it will not give me the yellow markers and says no data selected yet. I see my tracks. So let's go ahead and take a look. I'll just revert this project. Okay, so let's say we wanted to do free warping. So I'm going to just come directly here and put these into, I have all of my drums into a folder. So sometimes when we do this and we switch to our free warp tool, you know, that we may not see our different events. And it could be that we just need to zoom in a little more, and at a certain level of zoom that we could now just kind of place the events like so. But if I'm kind of zoomed out here, you may not see anything to put events, and you're like, why is it not doing it? So it just may need to be zoomed in to a finer degree as we start to work with the warp events like that. So just make sure. So try zooming in a little more detail, because otherwise, if it's just like all yellow, then you wouldn't be able to actually see much of the waveform. So if it's kind of all like that, and all we saw was yellow lines for the warp markers. So at this point, just try zooming in and see if that helps. All right, just reading through comments. All right, so I see a question from Soren. It says, I'm waiting and waiting for an Absolute 5 sale. Will Absolute 5 collection be converted to new licensing system when on sale? So I don't think that the licensing system is contingent on a promotion or like a sale that's going on. I think as it turns into perhaps the next version, maybe Absolute 6, that may be under the new licensing system. But stay tuned. That's all I could share. But so stay tuned. So you may not have to wait much longer. All right, so you see Alexander Plasko on the live stream. Thanks for joining us. Okay, so I just see, by mistake, I asked the same question incorrectly on previous Hangouts. Sorry if I misunderstood. It says, I would like to compile a list of individual logical editor presets and combine them in a single list in Cubase 11, Windows 10, and Editor. So let me know, John. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, but if you wanted to execute a bunch of logical editor presets, or like I want to run 10 logical editor presets in a row for a particular function, or if you just wanted to organize them, you know, it's in version 12, you could see how like the MIDI data here has been changed. So that as we come over here, we have a MIDI editor. So we go to the logical editor presets. That, you know, we can, this is one of the big changes that you could say, save changes to presets, and then you could organize folders. But as we go to apply the logical editor presets, that now everything can kind of be, much more organized, and these could be left open and categorized. So let me know if you needed to, in the older versions, if you wanted to do that and kind of organize presets, maybe if you put like, because I think the older versions, it would just kind of do it alphabetically. So if there's ones that you use all the time, just call it like, A, filter this, A, so that they'll show up at the top of the list. So that may be something to a strategy as well. Okay, so we see question. How can I duplicate a track and drag to the same position on the timeline? Keep position of the original. So we call this like kind of a constrained, I think the term is like a constrain edit, or, but we'll show you how to do it regardless. So let's say I'm going to create an empty audio track below. So we'll make it a mono track. Okay, so if I want to move an event, so I'm going to select this particular event. So I'm going to hold down the Alt key to make a copy. Now, because I moved it vertically first, while holding down the Alt or Option key, I'm going to hold down the Control key, and that will, let me just do this again. So I'm going to move it vertically first. So I move it here. And let's say I want this to be in the same exact time. So I'm holding down the Alt or Option. So if I want to kind of constrain the movement, I would hold down the Control or Command key. And depending on how, as I move this, I can't move it in time. It's going to automatically place it in the same time here. Now, if we added a different track, so let's say we duplicate this track, and we could do the same thing if we move horizontally first. So I'll duplicate this track, and let's say I want to move this event, but as I move it, I don't want it to be, so if I hold down Alt and Control or Command plus Option, because I moved it horizontally first, I can't move it. It's restricted from moving vertically. So if I move it up, let's say if I move it vertically first, now while holding down Alt or Control or Command plus Option, I can't move it in time. So just hold down Alt or Control, Command plus Option as you move it down. And depending on the first direction that you move it, it'll then be kind of restricted or constricted to move either vertically or horizontally. So try Alt and Control. And you may have to hold down Alt first, and then before you release, hit the Control or Command, or hold down Alt or Option, and then before you release, hold down Control or Command. All right, so Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. Okay, so we see, so just a question just says, this might be a stupid question. Let me just. But is there a way to create a record track so I can actually record, resample MIDI to that track? All right, so let's say if I am going in, so we could create this. So if you wanted to record like the output of a VST instrument while it's playing, we could do that. So we'll show you how. So let's say we have a Groove Agent kit here. Okay, so when I come over here, we'll open up our Groove Agent kit, and as we play, and what I want to do is to take this Groove Agent kit, and I want to, we'll say, let's add, and just click here. Let's add a track. So we'll keep this open. I'm gonna add a group channel. And we'll make this a stereo group. And then let's also add an audio channel. So, and then let's add a group channel here. Okay, so what I want to do is and another way to do this is just to, I'll show you a different method to maybe a little more straightforward. Sorry about that. All right, so this instrument, we want to create a group channel. So we'll make it a stereo group. So now when we play, this instrument is going to play the sound and automatically route it to the group. Okay, so let's... All right, so, and now what we want to do is create an audio track. And we would set the input for the audio track from that group. So as we come here, we could just say, okay, this audio track will now just kind of record the drums going in. So as we would play back different patterns, and let's see if I can hear this drums. Not sure. Just load the kit with the patterns again here quickly. All right, let me just check my... Oh, it's because I'm routing it to a third order ambisonics bus. Okay, so now, so we have the audio from the instrument going to the group and the audio out of the instrument going into this audio channel. So as I play, I could just kind of hit record on this particular channel, and I'll just go ahead and solo these. So if I wanted to do like different patterns, let's say a fill, I could actually record kind of the MIDI data. So that would be, I'll stop that. So now when we listen to our drums here, so what you want to do is to take the outputs, send it to a group, add an audio track, and send the input of this audio track from the group. So the audio is going from the instrument to the group, from the group to the input of the audio track. And that's how you do it. So right. Okay, so we see from Gerald just saying, I think so with the tempo track says that was helpful, but Mark Rabin mentioned using an alt arrow to make an average. So I think maybe if you're doing that, so let's see if we have a tempo track. in our project. So I'll open up tempo track. So maybe Mark was, let's say if we do this, was referring to just taking this and kind of evening out the tempo. So, but maybe I'm wrong, but give that. Let me know if that's what you mean, Mark, when you're describing to Gerald with his tempo question. All right, and we see Gil Lewis on the live stream. Thanks for joining us, being a part. Okay, so we see, can you talk a little bit about the chord track and VST loop? Can I have the loops follow the chord track? So, depending on the material, so loops, the chord track for the audio is going to just do it for monophonic sources. So if we drop an audio file into a project, so let's say if I, have an audio file in a project, if it was like a bass line or a vocal, we could go to the chord track here and have it follow the chords. But if I wanted to go from C minor to C major to C diminished to C augmented to C7, the loop isn't going to do that, but we could do it for monophonic sources, such as a voice, a saxophone, like a single violin, but it's not going to be doing like chords from a piano or guitar or synth or keyboard. So it can follow kind of monophonic sources for chord tracks for audio. All right, we see Mark Rabin's wife got a new computer today, so she's happy. That means you get the next new computer in the family, so that's good. All right, so we see from Jeff Sabelski, Cubase cannot help me with a fast, difficult oboe passage using a C-sharp augmented scale. Would you believe that the left little finger in the real Achilles heel for any instrumentalist? All right, so let me know if you need me if there's anything, advice you need on that Cubase-wise, like if you wanted to record it slower and then speed it up, you could do stuff like that as well. All right, so we have a question from Fred Corey, my good friend. It's great to see Fred on the live stream. Everyone could Google Fred. He's a wonderful composer. So he says, I may be asking for something that is very well known, but how do I use a scale assistant for a Lydian scale? All right, so let's go to our scale assistant here. So I'm going to double click and we'll go into our particular MIDI editor. And when we come over here, we could choose our scale. So let's say I want it to be D Lydian. So at this point, we click on the scale type where it says major. And let's see, I'm pretty sure we'll see Lydian in here. So now we could just choose the Lydian mode directly there. So a number of different scales plus the ability of creating your own scales if you need it. So again, once you're in the key editor, you'll see the inspector for the editors. Go to the Scale Assistant, choose the tonal base there, and choose the scale. So, and it's great to see you on the live stream, Fred. Or everyone Google Fred. He's famous. Okay, so we see from John Costigan saying, hi, Greg, I would apply one preset at a time, just with his logical editor. It says, I'm attempting to consolidate logical editor presets from 8.5, 10.5, and 11 in Cubase 11. I'm importing the XML files, but I don't know how to consolidate the lists. So I think if we go... and I know this is on a Mac, so it's probably not so helpful, but I think if we go to, like, you know, if you go to your start menu and then go to Cubase, and then you'll see like the open application data folder. And on a Mac, I think if we go to the preferences here, let's just take a look at, so we'll go to like our Cubase 11, like the application data folder. And then when we go to presets here, we could see logical editor presets. And here are the individual files. So if you place them all into one consistent logical editor folder in version 11, as long as they're in here, and these are user presets that I made, and they'll just kind of show up here. So kind of look for the application data folder. So if you go to your start menu and you see, like, you know, go to Cubase 12 in the start menu, instead of launching the program, you'll see like user settings folder, and this will take you into like kind of the preferences. Then you can see the logical editor presets. Then each of the XML files, you can consolidate it into one particular list. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. Can you move a track to other place without drag around 100 other tracks? Okay, so let's say we have, I wanted to move this track, and I wanted to go to the, I wanted to move it like right to the very bottom, but not necessarily, I guess, have to drag it all the way down. Okay, so what I would do if you wanted to simplify this process is I would select the track here and hold down Control or Command and select like the track that you want to copy it to. Go to your scale. You'll see like your configurations here, track visibility, and I'm going to say show only selected channels. And then I'm going to move this track below 7, and then I'm going to say show all tracks, and now that track is at the bottom, so just below the selected track. So if you have 2200 tracks in your template, that could be an easy way to kind of instead of having to scroll through thousands of tracks to place it, select, the track you want to move, select the track that you want to move right at, hold down Control, go to your visibility configurations, and show only selected tracks, move the track, and then show all tracks, and then those two tracks will be right next to each other. So let me know if that works for you. Okay, reading through comments. And again, thanks for all the questions, and hope everyone's learning some tips or tricks. And if you are, make sure that you actually hit the like button. Okay, so we have a question. Using MIDI automation, we can send CCs to automation lanes. Is it possible to do it the other way around and send automation lanes data back to the CC lanes in the piano roll editor? All right, so let's take a look. I'll just do a new project here. Okay, so we'll come and let's say we'll just load up an instrument track. Okay, so we have some data, and let's say we go to our automation. All right, so we'll just put in some modulation data here. Okay, so now, so we see that even though we wrote it in as MIDI CC here, that we can see it represented there. So let's see. So this is just written in as automation, and let me just check my CC automation setup. Okay, so let me just, now that I made those changes, I will delete that. So it looks like as I'm writing in the automation that we see it in the MIDI editor here. So if we make a change, we can have those. So, and now, so we see kind of the underlying stuff, and I could add other automation on top. And I think if we come here, we could choose to replace the part range. And then at that point, we could take the existing automation, and then we could see it in the editor. And as we write in automation, like MIDI CC data there, you could again go to the MIDI CC automation setup, and where you see the merge mode, you could just say part replace. So let me know if that works for you. And that way you can kind of go back and forth between automation and MIDI CC data. So we see Sable Winters Googled Fred Coury, and yes, he was in Cinderella. So. And has also toured with like Guns N' Roses and Poison and other groups. Sat in with Night Ranger. Okay, so we see that the logical editor preset consolidation is what John Costigan wanted to see. So it's great. Thanks for letting me know. All right. So we see Graham Witcher is happy that Fred Coury was able to join us as well. I always try to get together with Fred whenever I'm in Los Angeles. So wonderful guy. All right, so we see Gareth is just saying 2 more tunes to come to me. So I'm going to be going on vacation next week, and I have like 18 billion work things, so I may not be able to get to it, but I'm going to try to get the Caravan song done over the weekend. So, but I may be out for like about 7 days on vacation. So. Okay, just see Michael Christopher Nielsen has to check out. So thanks for joining us, and have a wonderful weekend. Okay, so we have a question from Benny. I see you have a whole track right above the project. How did it get there? So probably when I do this, we'll activate. And we can see the project up here at the top. And this is going to be just the project overview. So I'll just revert this quickly. So for the people that like this project that I use all the time, so when I come here, let's say this one, which people with live streams are very familiar with, this was actually a gift from Fred Coury, so we could thank Fred for the project. But to see the project overview, we're going to go to the top here, and we can see a project overview. And what this will allow us to do is we can navigate directly within the project right here. So, you know, if we wanted to kind of zoom in and out, we could take kind of different sections. And if we wanted to just kind of migrate between and we could extend kind of our view directly here, but I could just say, okay, I want to extend just this, and I wanted to navigate directly there. And I think so that's what the project overview allows you to do. So it's one easy way of saying, okay, I just want to zoom in and see just this little portion, or we could extend it or kind of adjust zoom and navigate within the project right here as well. Okay, so we see a question from Jeff Sabelski. Greg, it's easy to move a line after stacked recording, but sometimes I just want to move the lanes clip to another lane and can't be done without a copy paste action. Thanks. All right, so let's take a look, see if there's some shortcut that we could do. I think I have a copying project here, so we'll give it a shot. We have a number of different lanes. All right, so let's say if I have this, let's see if we can move the event somehow. All right, so we could just drag it. So we always have an extra lane, and sometimes people wonder why there's always one more lane than necessary. But if you wanted to, you could just move it in the lane. So let's say if I accidentally moved it, if I hold down, let's see if the Constrain edit. So if you hold down a control key, that will automatically keep it in the same time. So let's say I accidentally moved it. Now I'm going to hold down kind of like the control key from start. So select and move. So as I would hold down kind of the control key here, that we could restrain the the copy of that. But looks like you don't have to cut copy paste, that you could just kind of move these around freely. So let me know if you if it's working differently on your end. Sorry for hitting my mic. I know that's annoying. Okay, so we see a question. Is there a way to see audio clipping live via spectral layers or some other plugin? So, spectral layers I know can take the audio event and kind of declip it. You could probably utilize supervision. So, but there could be varying stages of clipping. Like, is it clipping on the converter on the way in, or is it clipping as part of a particular process? So let's say we'll come over here to supervision. I mean, you could see, like with all of the, with all this signal, like the level and the loudness, you could, just kind of come over here and easily have see that, but spectral layers, can kind of declip audio files, but I don't think it'll show it to you in real time. All right, so we see from Gerald just saying, hey, Greg, I spent the last 10 minutes playing with the tempo track. Pretty cool, especially the stretch tool. Thanks. Great. So, yeah, once you kind of get, and you notice that those same kind of paradigms are available for automation and for MIDI continuous controller editing. So, they kind of say, oh, this would be cool. I remember when they first introduced it for automation, I'm like, oh, I want that for tempos to kind of compress tempos and stuff like that. And the next version, they were able to kind of get that in. So really smart developer guys, make my job easier. All right. Developer guys and girls. So. Okay, so we see a question in the mixer window. How can you place tracks that are numbered out of order next to each other? All right, so these, I think that these tracks will always kind of show up. Like these numbers indicate the number on the physical mixer. So let's say if I take my snap snare and move it, that will automatically change the number based on the position in the mixer. So this number is based on the position within the mixer. So, it's automatically updating dynamically depending on whatever track. This will always be channel 5 of the mixer regardless of what source is playing into it. So this number will kind of always be fixed and in order, even if you're changing the order of the sources feeding those particular channels. So we can think of it with almost like the paradigm of a hardware mixer that has channels, and you could just, patch in this audio source into this channel or this channel, but it's still channel 5, regardless of what source it is. You see that Michael Teams' stream kind of cleaned up. I guess my audio is getting fuzzy. Glad to hear that it's working better. There's nothing more frustrating for me than doing a presentation for 20 minutes and no one can hear. Okay, so we see a question. My Kai APC Mini auto-magically assigned MIDI note on from values 0 through 63, which is MIDI notes C-2 to D#3. How do I change the MIDI note on data to values 64, E3 through G9? Thanks. So generally, it's going to be a transpose function on the Akai. So, and Cubase will accept whatever MIDI note messages are coming in. So you should be able to, whatever. So when I play, I'll just open up a quick MIDI track and we'll go to MIDI insert here. And I will choose a MIDI monitor plugin. So as I play a note, I hit a note here to C, and it's C3. But if I hit my octave up button, it's now playing C4. I hit the octave up button again, it's playing C5. I hit the octave down button 3 times, it's now C2. So whatever your controller is transmitting, Cubase will accept. Now, if you can't figure out how to do the transposition on your controller, what you could do is use the input transformer. So we see this little input transformer, and if previous versions to Cubase 12, it was actually this little icon here, and Cubase 12, it was made a bit more obvious. So now we could do it from our panel, and we could say, I want to take incoming MIDI notes. So we're going to say type is equal to MIDI note. And let's say I just want to, at this point, we're going to say I need value 1, which is the pitch, and I need to add 24. So now as we would play back a particular sound, and I'll just open up my MIDI inserts again. And we'll have our MIDI monitor here. So as we play a C1, that now my C1 is showing C3. When I turn this off, it's playing C1. So again, when we transform it, I can say, well, let's take all these MIDI notes and transpose it up by 2 octaves, 24 semitones. So if I say, let's go up 2 octaves and 1 semitone. So now it'll play C#3 when I hit C1. So you could change it in the input transformer, but the best spot is to kind of capture to solve the problem where the problem is, and maybe try to transpose the particular keyboard on there. But if for some reason it's not doing it, use the input transformer. All right, so we have a question from Jeff Sabelski. Greg, a less than ideal recording booth since it's not for soprano wind instrument. Would you EQ with everything below 220 hertz, for instance, completely off as a standard practice with 10-band EQ? So, if I was doing for like oboe, or any soprano wind instrument, I think that anything around 220 is not going to be what you want to be captured or recorded. So I know a lot of people would just put like low pass filters, or high pass filters on all of on every track, just almost religiously. And we'll just kind of do that just to clean up and to have only very specific frequencies, because a lot of frequencies can accumulate down in the lower frequencies and kind of cause a weird, muddy, rumbling sound. So I wouldn't have any hesitation for a soprano wind instrument to automatically roll off 220 and lower. So. All right, so we see question, hey, is Cubase 12 Pro more stable than Cubase 11 Pro? So anytime that we come out with a new version, there's 10,000 different motherboard combinations and a multitude of different display drivers, and you could do everything you possibly can, but there's no way to test for all the possible iterations of components. So, but there's a lot of people that are running Cubase 12 in, very mission critical contexts. So, and, anytime that there is a new version, we could think of Cubase 12 as, there's a lot of, issues that were in Cubase 11 that are resolved. So, every new software release, and, we're talking tens of millions of lines of code, we'll have a little bit of teething issues, but I think that this one has been pretty good. There's also a lot of other external factors, such as, when going M1 native and people's plugins aren't M1 native, that gets to be problematic. as well. So, but I think stability has been really good. So, and as Jazz Dude just mentions, you know, it depends on your OS version and quality of third-party plugins. So that will make a big difference as well. All right, we have a question. When will Cubase 12 trial be available to download? So it's usually like about 6 to 8 weeks after the initial release, and we're still about 3 weeks into Cubase 12's life cycle. So, but it should be shortly after, you know, so it's usually 6 to 8 weeks before the trial version is released. So. All right, so we see from Kevin Mehmed, how do you use the chord track in Cubase and what comes with the chord track in Cubase Pro 12? So the chord track, you know, I think is, you know, the major new feature in Cubase 12 was the ability to detect chords from audio. So, you know, that's a pretty scary voodoo magic kind of thing. So when we come over here, I could just select a particular audio file. So I'll just do a new track version for my chord track. So I'm going to select this audio event, and I will just go to my project, and we'll go to chord track, and we'll say create chord events, and that will do an analysis of the guitar, and at that point automatically create the chords for you. And you know, we could do different composition, you know, writing songs and doing editing based upon the chord track, but that's the major new thing from version 12, being able to do an analysis of an audio file, whether it's a single file or multiple files, directly in the chord track. All right, we see Kevin is liking from the hospital. We hope you're doing okay, Kevin, and we hope that you recover. So we see in order to use Cubase 12, I need to reinstall everything on a new drive. Is there a list somewhere that shows where all the settings files are stored on Mac? Not everything is included in the profile. So if you wanted to go on your Mac to get all of the different files that are in Cubase, so we'll come over here to Finder. So one of the ones, we'll go to the Go menu, and I'm going to hold down, I think it's the option key, and we'll go to library. So in the library, we can go to, I think we'll scroll up to the application support. And then as we scroll down here, we can see Steinberg. So we could see this. I would back up this, and there's the Steinberg Media Technologies. So that's the VST Transit. So I would, the Steinberg and Steinberg Media Technologies folders, I would copy that over. And then in the preferences, you'll see, so within the library folder, go to the preferences. And then you'll see like a Cubase folder. And you'll see like, okay, so we have Cubase 10.5, Cubase 11, Cubase 12, so you could copy over all of the preferences from Cubase 11, and then if you copy those over, then it will be all the preferences from your old computer will automatically carry over. And these files are pretty small, so if you have multiple versions of Cubase, it can't hurt to copy them over as well and just have access to it on your new computer. Okay, so we see a question, Alt plus S equals D in the mixer. What is D? Okay, so I think if we're here and we're looking at our mix console, so let's say if we go to our solo, I'll make this a little larger so we could see it. All right, so we come over here and we solo, and now there's also a solo defeat. So now if we solo, we can just not have that particular track soloed. So that way we could just come over here. So that's what it is. If you hold down the Alt key, just a solo defeat. Okay, so I just see Greg, not sure if my Elements has a MIDI monitor or input transformer. Where are they located? Thanks and have a great holiday. So if it does have it, so I'm not sure if Elements has, if it had it, where you would find it would be, I'll just come over here to this MIDI part. So check your MIDI inserts, and then but I'm not sure if Elements has that particular one. But another way, and then if you had the input transformers, it would show up directly here. So it kind of looks like a line that has a little kind of jots down and then up, almost kind of like a circuit. So where you have kind of like an input transformer icon, so we could just do that. So if you had it, it would be there. If you still can't figure out what notes are actually being played, one way of doing it is just to add a sample track, because we could see this kind of horizontally. So let's say we add a sampler track, and then we could see the keys shown right here at the bottom, and as we play, you can get an idea of what key is being pressed if you need to figure that out. Or within the key editor, so let's say if we come over here, as I play, we could see what keys are being pressed right there. But if you could fix it in your MIDI controller, I think this is with regarding with the Akai controller. If you could fix it there, that's always the best. Okay, all right, so we see a question from Soren. How do I automate saturation on a track in Wavelab Pro? I want vinyl saturation noise and crackle within the first 20 seconds of a song only. All right, so I haven't done that in Wavelab, but let's take a quick look. Okay, so let's see if we... Okay, so I know in Wavelab 11 we could do plugin automation. I haven't done it yet myself. Sorry about that. But I think if we come over here, let's go to... Just looking for one particular plugin if it's in here. All right, so now let's say if we go plugin, I was thinking, I was just like see if there was a grungealizer in there. All right, but let's go ahead and I'll do a new montage. Here's just do new, I'm sorry, just do new audio montage. All right, so let's say so I think at this point we could, if we have a plugin parameters, let's say I'll just do a bit of so say I'll just kind of come here and we'll do just a very EQ parameter here. So let's say as we so I think that if we go to the envelope here, that now we could choose to do the automation, and I could find this out for next time. But let's say if I just want to do my volume fades, or that you could just basically kind of just drag the event here and have this event envelope trigger the automation of the parameter. But I haven't yet done, I haven't had a mastering session where I've had to automate the plugins, but it's basically where you could take, I believe you could take this line and then use that as the basis for the automated parameter, and you could kind of bring that plugin in to give you kind of a vintage sound. I'll try to get it, I'll learn how to do it for Tuesday's live stream, so, and we'll show it then. Okay. All right. Okay, so we see from Sable Winters, moving content sets around here from more space to external downloading installer for higher gigabytes, like Lo-Fi Dreams there, but it's attempting to install on hard drive instead. I want me to do manually instead. So if we're in the download manager, if you click on the little settings cogwheel, Sable, then you could change the download location. So once we're up here, we'll see the settings tab. And at this point, all you have to do is once you click on settings, you can see your path here. So your download directory. So just direct that to your external drive. So you'll see a path, and then you can choose your external drive. Then everything will download to your external drive to start the process. All right, so we see question, in my transition from Cubase 11 to 12, my individual plugin folders in VST Plugin Manager are gone. How can I get them back? So if it's for VST2 plugins, you want to go to the Studio menu to your VST Plugin Manager, and you'll see like a little settings cogwheel here in the lower left-hand side. And then all you have to do is click on plus, and then you could add your plugin folders there. Once that's done and you've added the plugin folders, you don't have to restart the program. You could just click here and that will rescan all of the plugins. So go to the lower left-hand corner, click on the settings cogwheel, and then add the folders with the plus symbol and then rescan. And I probably shouldn't have rescanned all my folders, all my files. Okay. So we could just do just like that. So give that a shot. All right, so we have Tiago checking in from Brazil. Okay, just all right, reading through some comments and questions. Thanks for all the great questions. Okay, so I think I'm at the end of the chat. So I know we had a couple of questions that were mailed in. So let me get to those before we run out of time. So thanks again for all the wonderful questions. And as I'm opening up my little Word doc, I just want to remind people next Tuesday is the last live stream of the month. So we'll have our Zoom meetup then. So we'll have a 2-hour live stream followed by a 2 or 3 hour, depending how long it lasts, session for just kind of hanging out where everyone could kind of chat. And I find these to be really just fascinating, great discussions, and I look forward to them every month. So we're gonna, the first question is how to create kind of a loop recording workflow using a MIDI controller. And I think what they want to do is to just, let's add a number of audio tracks. And this person had Cubase 11, so we could do it in a new MIDI remote as well. But what we want to do is to kind of set a loop area for recording. So let's say I want it to come directly here. And I'm going to just, as we select different events, I'm going to set a preference to make this a little easier. Where we go to Project and Mix Console, and we're going to enable record on selected audio track. All right, now we could set up a MIDI remote to basically use the down keys and up keys if you wanted to, or if you wanted to do this via, you know, any type of controller. So it's just navigate up, navigate down. But let's say if we wanted to record and we wanted to kind of keep, you know, recording and looping, I'll come here. So we're in record. And I will just kind of come here and just kind of punch out. But we're still playing our previous recording. So we could audition that, and let's say we go to the next track, and I wanted to punch in and add a section there, punch out. Go to the next track. Okay, so we're playing off of, let's say, our first two elements that are now blending together. And again, I'll just punch in, punch out, punch in, punch out, do a quick punch. And we could just kind of navigate and go up and down using, you know, different effects on each track if we wanted to, and just come right over here and just continually record. So I go down to the next track, and as I navigate down or up, it'll just continue to record at these different sessions. So now I want to come up a couple tracks. So that's one way that you could actually do to start working on loop recording. We had another question on how to work with, you know, when we're in and doing warping, people were having problems when they were doing free warping, not seeing the grid in the sample editor. So let's say if we are doing free warping here, and we have our event that they weren't seeing when it went into free warp, and they wanted to see the musical grid underneath, that they weren't seeing that. And the person had sent me a video, and all you have to do is we see this little line here just to the left. So I'm going to choose bars and beats, but just this line right here, this icon, and that will be our show grid. So if now we wanted to come directly here, we could see our grid. We could do it based on a bar or beat. So now when we come here, we could see our grid lines defined. So I can say, okay, I need to move this event right here to warp. So I need to move this particular event right there to warp on beat. But if we don't have this box activated, we don't see the grid lines. Now, something that was added for version 12 is the ability to use quantize. So let's get rid of some of my warp markers. So I could use my quantize value. So now if I wanted to warp based on eighth note triplets, I can now see my grid tied directly to eighth note triplets. So as we now snap, we could have it automatically kind of fall directly to various eighth note triplet rhythms. So, but to see the grid lines, just click on the show hide grid. And I think that's new in version 12. So, all right. And we had a question, I think it was from Gil, who's on the live stream, about using the CC121 for quick control functions. So I'm going to just come right over here. Now, this is a great thing with the CC121 that I could, we'll go to the studio setup, and I'm going to see for my VST quick controls, I have not connected. My track quick controls, I have set to not connected. But if I go to a particular track, and let me activate this project, and we go to our quick controls, And I'm just going to assign a particular quick control here. So let's say volume, pan, low cut, high cut filters. We have 12 encoders on the CC121 that are often used for EQ. Now, if you hit the EQ type and all bypass buttons at the same time, you'll notice that one of them will start blinking. So with that, I don't have to do any setup, but now I'm just going to move my CC121 knobs, and they're automatically mapped to quick controls. Now, you may notice that sometimes some of the parameters, if it's just an on-off, like the low cut on or off, or the low cut frequency, that this will automatically, depending on a parameter, but it will adjust based on the parameter, like so. But if it's just an on-off, you may just have two particular values set there. So all you have to do again is hit, you'll see 4 encoders directly below, or 4 buttons directly below the 12 encoders for the EQ, and 2 buttons below that. And I think it's EQ type and all bypass. And then the top 8 encoders are then automatically turned into quick controls without the user having to do any setup. So if you have gone through the studio setup and set up your quick controls for the CC121, that's not necessary at all. All you have to do is just hit those 2 buttons, and it's kind of internally routing to quick controls without you having to define them. All right, let me jump back to our topics and questions. So once again, thanks for all of the great questions. See how we're doing on time? We have about 10 minutes or so. All right, so just see, this is probably our question with the plugin folders. It says, I created my own plugin folders with the plus symbol. Your solution didn't help. So if it's a VST2 plugin, it would need to be defined there. Now, sometimes as plugins are, some plugins, kind of fail to meet a lot of conditions. So one of the things that you might want to do if you don't see particular plugins is make sure that they didn't end up in the block list. And this is often plugins that are blocked, and you could reactivate them there, but often they will end up in the block list if they're deemed to be kind of unstable plugins that could cause system instabilities. So make sure that they're not in the plugin list. Now, these plugin paths here are only for VST2, because VST3 plugins will have their own common path so that Cubase knows exactly where to look for them. So check that and make sure that they're not in the block list. Okay, so we have a question from Fadi. Hi, dear. Most of the time I'm facing a problem while audio mixdown. Some of my instrument tracks are not playing or distorted. Please advise. So many times, if it's going to be distorted, you may want to just come over here and just drop your master fader level down. So make sure that because if your master fader volume, and some people will use this almost as a monitoring volume and not realize that they could just, as they do this, that particular instruments or sounds could be distorting. So make sure that your master fader isn't way up high, or try to bring it down and see if that will help you. So we just see how many chord tracks can you have in Cubase Pro 12. So there's one chord track, but you could have different track versions of the chord track. So if we wanted to come to our chord track here, And let's say if I have chords, okay, so, and if I wanted to do another chord track, all I'd have to do is say new version, and we could just enter in different chords within the chord track. And then we could just navigate back and forth between different chord track versions. All right, and it says, can you use a chord track on any kind of track, even analyze third-party plugins? So again, you know, it's whatever, it doesn't analyze data from plugins. It's going to analyze MIDI information or digital audio files. So it's not necessarily third-party plugins that's doing its analysis of. It's just going to do analysis of MIDI or audio. So we see, will Wavelab be able to load multiple tracks after saving in Cubase Pro 12? So we could take one single track back and forth, or you could edit multiple files, but it's not intended to do like a multi-track transfer between Cubase and Wavelab, because usually Wavelab is going to be the mastering solution. Where you take your mixes and your files that have been created in Cubase, and then you kind of compile them together and master it to make it a cohesive release. Okay, so we see Sable Winters is sorted out with her downloads, so that's great. Thanks for letting us know. So we see, is there a script for the Yamaha Modi X? So there may be one. I think if you go to the Steinberg forum, there's a repository for different scripts. But I know that some of my colleagues at Yamaha are just starting to play with their Cubase 12, so hopefully they've made a remote control script for the Modi X. So hopefully we'll see that coming. Okay, so we see a question. Is there a way to specifically set a custom key command to always toggle on and off the monitoring of a specific track in the project, even if another track is currently selected? So let's say I have kick selected and I wanted to toggle the monitoring on and off for hi-hat. So, you know, if it's not selected, so I could come over here to the project logical editor. So let's set it up. And I want to say, we want to select, or we want to transform, and we'll say our audio or media type is equal to audio. The name is equal to hat. And what I want to do is to go to track operation, and we'll say monitor disable. So right now my kick is selected. Let's take a look. Let's say my hi-hat is set to monitor. I will just hit apply. And if I did this right, so it's now let's do, instead of media type, I want to do container type is equal to track. The name is equal to hat. So I think if we see if I'm... So I think that would work, but you could do an approach kind of like that and toggle that. But, you know, it may be by the time you type the name of the particular track in, let me just say maybe contains hat. That I think that we should... all right, so... say container type is equal to track. Okay, so we'll say name contains hat. And we'll see if this is... So yeah, so if we do this, you know, so we're going to just say we want to take the track named hat and under track operation, the monitor to disable or toggle or enable. So you could just simply set that up in the Project Logical editor. All right, so we have a question from Leon. Greg, thanks for all your great sessions. Can I record vocals at 32-bit via UART24C audio interface? So the UARC interfaces do have 32-bit integer converters. So the answer is yes. So you can record 32-bit integer and 32-bit word. If you're running on Mac, you may have to... when you select the driver, since Core Audio doesn't support 32-bit integer, when you go to the studio setup and we select the audio interface, you could just come right over here and use the high precision driver. I don't think you have to do that on Windows, but on Mac OS, you have to do that because they had to do kind of an special extension because I don't think Core Audio supports 32-bit words. Okay. Okay, so we see a question. How do I cancel the group folder so that the group I'm creating goes straight under the tracks I'm connected to? Okay, so if you wanted to add, if you wanted to add a group and have it go directly underneath the selected tracks that are being routed to the group, all you have to do is I'm going to select all these particular tracks, right click, and we'll say add a group channel to selected channels. And you'll see this folder set up, and this is probably a bad term. So it defaults to create inside folder. And what that means is it places it in the group folder. For the folder setup, we want to choose create outside folder and hit add track. And now our group channel is added directly below the last selected track on the project. Okay, so I see, going back to our VST plugin folder, it says I have added a new collection with the plus sign in the VST plugin manager. Does this help? I can see all of my plugins in the default folder. So maybe in your VST plugin manager, so, one of the things to check, is like if we see see if you notice all of your effects here. So these are all the effects that are available to use. Now you may, if you clicked on the plus sign, you may have created a plugin collection that is fewer. So let's say if I wanted to come here. So I may only have a few plugins in my particular plugin collection. So try, if you want to see all the plugins that are available in your system, select default. But if you've created a plugin manager that's not using particular plugins, or a current plugin collection is selected that doesn't have access to all the particular plugins, then they're not going to show up. But if you see, but the one thing to check is, if you're that the effects and instruments are showing up here in the list as opposed to directly in your plugin collection. So you could have your plugin collection functioning, but just showing only a limited number of plugins. So try, if you switch it back to default, that will show all of the plugins that are available that Cubase is accessing. So it could be a plugin collection issue. All right, so with that, we're going to wrap up. I'm sorry I ran a little bit late, but I want to thank everyone for wonderful questions, and we look forward to seeing everyone on Tuesday, and looking forward to seeing more new faces on the Zoom meetup. So everyone have a wonderful, safe weekend, and we'll see you on Tuesday. Goodbye.